fans, and hope you are locked in and ready for some world-class pool.
And it's in. What a performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed some absolute thrilling matches so far.
And in it goes. He is your champion. Celebration, so Victor Zelensky.
Finest players in the world.
Oh, he makes it. Nicely on the 10.
Jasmine Ocean.
And a very warm welcome to all our viewers and to the Predator Pro Billiard Series here at the Hotel Alpina, Alpendorf, Austria. And you join us on the opening day of this 8-day event. Kick off our opening match of the day with quite a potential feisty number. It's the Billard Beckmann Men's Open. My name is Gethin Davis, and joining me in the commentary box for this 10-ball best of 3 sets race to 4 is Tim de Ruyter. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, Geth. Yeah, interesting match to start the tournament with. Of course, we have a former World Junior champion on the left against a German veteran player. He's been around for quite some time, Harold Stolka. So yeah, looking forward to see what he can do. Looking forward to see what this match will bring us.
I have to say, Tim, Harold Stolka, the German, is bringing plenty of recent European senior success, winning multiple championships, and 10-ball being one of them. Be interesting to see how these players are settling into their break. They've had quite a good time to get used to the cloth and have a bit of a practice. And one thing I will say of watching Carl Naderberg, he will not be daunted by this prospect ahead of him. Harold Stolka winning the lag, and will get us opened up here in this opening set race to 4.
Yeah, breaking from the side rail. Harold Stolka now, nice square hit. Makes a ball, but looks like we'll be starting off with a safety battle from the beginning. However, doesn't really look too great to me. First look at the table, Gath. Don't even think he has a safety to play.
No, I agree. He does have the option of a push shot from the break, but that will leave Carl with the decision to take on what he's left or hand it back to Harold. So his options are limited, Tim, as you quite rightly pointed out. It looks like he is taking the push.
Yeah, I think his only option really was to play a push. Didn't really have any shot. It's not like this one is much easier though. Might have to play just the right side of the one. Bank it to the left long rail. Cue ball into the 6, and hopefully, while you're trying to get the 9 in between. Could still go thin off the other side, but there is that opportunity where you're gonna make the 6 and hook yourself. That's exactly what happened.
Well, he didn't call it, Tim, so Harold is going to come back out, but once he realizes that he's locked up, he can hand that back to Carl. And as you pointed out, Even if he had called a 6, Tim, there's a good chance he was going to put himself in trouble.
Yeah, so Gnardenberg back at it. Does he still have something? Because he... No. Nice hit though. Cue ball could be pretty tight to the 7.
Yeah,
It's a
he
good
played
shot.
that, Tim. Just wanted the thin edge off the 1. Knew that the 1 would run into the 9. There's always a chance that 9 was going towards the centre pocket. But he didn't call it. He was playing for the safe and got it. This one may bring out the jump stick.
Yeah, probably will have to... Yeah, we'll have to watch the cue ball. He's played it well. Was trying to bring the cue ball around to go under the 8. So he really took care of the cue ball on this. And still the result is not too bad either.
I thought it was risky. Yeah.
Yeah, very risky line to play. There was a lot of traffic on the table. In that case, probably the split, the opposite side safety, maybe a bit better just to see what you can get next. But took his chances. First aggressive shot possible for Stolka, who denies it.
Oh, I like what he's done there, Tim. That 5 was tied up. He's played the 1 into it, looking to use the 2 as a blocker. I'm not sure he's done that. I didn't hear a call, so I don't think he's playing the 1 onto the 8 to expect to pot it.
Well, I'm honestly not too sure what he was playing then, because it looked like a mix of playing safe and going aggressive on it. The leave ain't too bad. He's probably going to try bring the 1 ball under the 10. Just gotta watch the scratch. Yeah, a bit of trouble for Gnardenberg. Not sure how much the 2 ball comes into play. I think it's a little bit. He's called the 8 just in case, Gath.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout, as we saw earlier in this rack. If he were to make it uncalled, he could be forced back to the table. However, he's actually completely missed the 1, which will give ball in hand. But there is that little cluster of the 3-5 to consider. He's taken the combination on to open his account. And he may have left an angle. If he wanted to develop the 3, he could just run into it now.
Yeah, definitely will have to play into the 3 ball, but with a lot of pace, you don't want the cue ball to stop where it hits the 3 ball. Well, he has chosen to stay away from the bump, Gath, but I mean, the other option for him is to play a stop shot on the 2 and then play a good safety on the 3 ball, playing it into the 5 and the cue ball back to the top right corner to leave the 7 and the 10 in between. Yeah, I think that's what he's played for. Very passive option. I mean, he definitely could have taking a chance to open up the 3 and be on the 2 ball.
Yeah, he's put that cue ball in a nice area, knowing the 7 was always going to hamper. I think he's even got full ball cover on the 3. He's called his extension. I'm just looking at the... Can he come around the back of the 10 and hope for a kick and stick? He's going to have to load up with a lot of right-hand side if he chooses to go that route.
Well, he has called a 3 in the bottom right. Looks like he's directly going at the 3 ball. Full contact would work too. But it was a bit of an in-between.
Yeah, that's not worked out at all. Now, just have a look at that 9 ball, Tim. It's in a bit of a tricky spot. Maybe where the 10 is, he doesn't really need to do too much apart from concentrate on getting position for the 9, but he's got to be particular.
Well, I was already wondering how much does the 5 ball have to the bottom right, and would have been nice to be straighter if he had a straight in 5 ball. The 7 to the bottom left would be okay to stun over to the top side of the 9. With him having this much angle on the 5 ball, might have to choose to run into the 7 or play inside spin for the 7 in the middle. Yeah, so early positional mistake from Stolka. Back to playing safeties. I cannot imagine him taking on the bank.
Yeah, distance. Now, Carl, earlier in the rack, ran off the edge of the ball, letting the cue ball do the work. Is he going to try and look? Oh, he's playing containing. That was down to good cue ball from Harold. And he has left a little look at a bank. Is it worth taking on?
Well, don't really think so. Because you'll have to stop the cue ball too to put yourself straight in on the 9. I think this is a better shot in general.
Looking to bring the cue ball behind the 10, wasn't far away from doing it. I actually thought there was a risk of him potting the 7. As it is, it's left Harold with a rather long look at this 7. He could play it gently for the pot to hold for the 9.
No, also
Cross.
there has chosen not to take it on. Really strange, because make one good shot and at least you're on the 9. Chose to play like a two-way save. But Harold now, I mean, I cannot imagine Carl giving this or playing this himself. I would rather let my opponent solve the problem on the table.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Tim. And so far, this has been a very difficult opening rack to decide, all born from a dry break with no look at the one, or rather no good open on the one. And still persisting with getting good cue ball. This time, I think it's leaked a bit too far.
Well, overall, from where the 9 ball was laying, that was a really good try to bring the cue ball behind the 10. But indeed, this 9 ball leaked out. Natural shape on the 10 just by pocketing the 9. And perfect on the 10, so Gnadeberg to open his account.
Yeah, and that will feel nice, Tim, getting the opener under the belt. It was a little bit of a sway back and forth, but that should have got both players settled into the table, if anything else, and also got our stat man Michael Salmon deep into the stats. Plenty of action in our opening rack. If you do want to check out the stats for the match while it's live, and also keep up to date with the other scores going on around the arena right now, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. It'll be Carl to break as well, Tim. So we're going to now have a look at how his break is working for him, and if he's able to start making balls off the break, he could just steal a little march here, but still early doors. And as you can see, coming up later today, well, there are a few lovely matches out there, and also on table 2 and table 3 right now. Putnik against Al Awaidi will also be a good one.
A lot of cut on the break. Just with
Got
that
good
much
spread.
cut, it doesn't really give you many chances to make a ball. Cutting the break like this so much.
Yeah, there wasn't much traffic making it towards pockets. It looked like it was a good spread, but nothing dropping, and when you start breaking like that and leaving the balls open, it does give a good opportunity for your opponent to come out attacking. And that's what Harold's chosen to do. Bit of a contrast to his containing approach in the opening rack.
Yeah, it's definitely supposed to go in this open layout. He does have a little bit of an early problem getting on the rail. Doesn't have a really big angle. He needs to bring the cue ball at least past the 6 ball, past the side pocket. See, not as speedy as he would really liked, but he managed to go over to the other side of the table. But again, a bit too much angle on the 3 ball. Has to avoid the 5. Can he still hold it inside spin? Well,
Ooh.
just enough.
Yeah, he's left himself a nice angle to come back across for the 5, and he's opened up this very nicely for himself. Be a good response to the opening rack as well. Get one on the board for himself, but still quite a few balls out there to contend with yet. Yeah, 6 may be blocked to the side pocket where the 9 is and where the 7 is, so we'd like to come across, but that 10 needs to be avoided. He has, and that little chunk of the 9 will have helped him. I thought he really needed to leave himself an angle to bring the cue ball around the angles. This looks quite straight, Tim, and he's got to go over the 10 somewhat.
Yeah, big draw coming. At least needs to get to the center of the table, but might as well draw all the way back. Just gotta watch the scratch. The 10 was supposed to block, but for a second looked to be very close still. But he's played a good stroke there. It's gonna make him more comfortable too if he can get this out.
Yeah, as we've seen in this format of past, Tim getting that opening set under the belt is very fruitful. Both players now looking like getting a point on the board. This would have been a nice return, Tim. And waits for the balls to rest. And that will be 1 apiece in our opening set. As we mentioned, the opening round is underway. We have matches on the other tables. I did give you the link to the score lines, but just some highlights out there. Victor Fortunski's taking on Christian Merva. He's currently leading 3-1 in their opener. And Max Benko, another young gun, is 3-1 up against Blake Bernard. And Jan van Leerop from the Netherlands is already taken his opening set against Arjen Matrizi. So it's already starting to hot up, Tim, and the temperature is going to be getting quite warm out there. 30 degrees predicted for this week in Austria. So it looks like it's going to be heating up both inside and outside the arena, Tim.
Yeah, they are expecting some great weather as well this week, so just looking forward to see what's gonna happen to the tables. It's not easy to keep everything clean when everybody's got their sweaty hands over it, and you know the humidity is growing, and it's not easy. Now, try break. Shot on a combination, 1-3. Should give him a shot on the 1 ball after. Nice square hit, 1 ball tracking towards the side, but did get kissed by the 9.
Yeah, contrast in breaks between the two players. Carl with the cut break. Harold with a much thicker contact, but sadly both not getting rewarded from the breaks as of yet. Their opponent coming to the table each time, and that's you've suggested, Tim. Carl made that combination look rather easy. Yeah, he's played that very well. Come back centre table, left himself an angle on this 4 ball. Looking to play shape on the orange 5 next.
Yeah, it was all about making the first opening combo and then to get on the 5 ball later on. If you look at the layout afterwards, 7 lays up nicely for the 8. The 9 is hovering over the top right corner, so this is more connecting the dots than anything else.
Yeah, it really seems as if that opening rack has got both players settled into this wonderful table, Predator. And if they're going to be returning their opponents dry breaks in such a fashion, this match could start speeding up as well, Tim.
Yeah, a bit straighter on the 9 than he would have liked. And punched the cue ball over actually too much. He got too much out of the cue ball. But should be okay on this 10.
He didn't want a little shake of the head, Tim. He didn't want that cut, but he had to take it on.
Yeah, so he doubles his lead. Knadeberg up 2-1 in a race to 4. As I mentioned, it's best out of 3 sets. Races to 4, winner break, call shot of course. No early 10 balls, also no 10 ball on the break.
Indeed not. And all of today is the Billard Beckmann Men's Open kicking off. It's an 8-day event, but starting tomorrow we have the Belarus Carrinho Women's Open kicking off, 64 players, with a very big 90,000 euros prize pot. And also kicking off the Predator Mixed Doubles Open, 32 teams, and I'm really looking forward to that, Tim, with a 100,000 euros prize pot. And that will be keeping us busy here in Austria. Now Carl leading 2-1. Would be really like to push on here, but so far not getting much reward from his break. Is he moving that cue ball a little closer?
Yeah, a bit more from the middle. Nice square hit. It's always a bit of an estimated guess. Am I going more to the middle? But the rack is going to be more wide open. For your opponent or for yourself, depending on if you make a ball on the break. Looked like he was breaking his playing cue though. Bit interesting.
Yeah, he's trying something different, and I don't blame him. I was about to say, I thought he got full ball cover on the 1. He's played that rail first and got a great result. Full ball cover with the 3. Wow. Missed the 1 ball, didn't touch anything else on the table, came round the rails. Scratch. Ball in hand for Harold here, and well, a good opportunity, I'd have to say, Tim, looking at the overhead.
Yeah, pretty strange too how the cue ball found itself 3 rails without touching any of those balls. Now, do we have any problems on the table? Honestly, if he can get nicely from the 4 to the 5. It's the only shot where I can imagine maybe getting a bit too much angle, possibly on the 5 to go to the 6. If you give it a bit more attention, you should be fine.
This is what he did when he got his first point on the board, Tim. Yeah, I think it's all about getting the right side, or rather shape, on this orange 5 ball.
Yeah, it's landed perfect indeed to get on the 5. Everything else should be more of a formality. Maybe when you travel from the 8 to the 9, you could land again a bit too short or too far. That's where you will have to run the cue ball a bit more, but overall, not necessarily a problem.
Yeah, he does look very comfortable around the balls, Tim. In open play, it'll be interesting to see if the match continues like this. So far, the rack's going against the break, and at the moment, it's looking like the same.
Well, a bit straighter on the 7, now a bit longer on the 8. Needs to come
Yeah,
up
that was
with
a
a
big
little bit of a shot now.
Likes his draw shots, Tim. Can generate a lot of spin in that cue ball. Nicely done, Tim. That brings the scoreline back to 2 apiece. And as I was alluding to, every rack going against the break so far. I was just having a little look at the stats and to see if we could glean any more from it. Well, looks like Harold's been potting more balls, but that doesn't matter when it comes to the scoreline. I think the highlight for me, Tim, is nobody's made balls off the break yet. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, in this format, the break has always been challenging. The good news for us is the fact that both players are looking quite comfortable around the table. So not too many mistakes, as you mentioned. And yeah, sometimes the break can be a bit of a torture. Could also make, like if he has one good break, could make a difference in the set. So a lot comes down to the break. He's going from dead center now. Oh, he's broken very soft, Geth. I've not seen this strategy before. Look what he's giving
Neither have I.
call.
Was that a miss hit? Was that purposeful? Just have a look.
No, but he has broken the balls now with his playing cue too. Barely put anything into it.
I have to say, there's certainly a pattern out there for Carl to take on. Little angle to squeeze the cue ball through the 7 and the 4 will be just what the doctor ordered here.
Well, that is An interesting miss right there.
Yeah, he's loaded up to punch it over Tim, and that's kept it out of these tight these tight pockets. And I don't think the threes come to the rescue either.
No, it hasn't. Still a bit of a shot queuing over the 8. Awkward queuing. But yet should be happy to already be back at the table.
Yeah, and you were talking about one good break could steal this set. One little reverse of opportunity could do the same, and this may be the break that Harold's been looking for. He's probably back enough. Natural angle to come back across the table. Puts a lot of draw on his shots, and he does it to great effect, Tim. Looks like the 8 passes the 10 as well, which just keeps options open for him.
Oh, bit speedy. Hit the brakes just in time. Looked to be running a bit faster in the beginning when it left the long rail. But he's got a nice nearby position on the 7. The 8 must go by the 10. Could put Stolka on the hill first. After, well, he did put himself a bit straighter on the 2-ball, Geth. But Carl is not supposed to miss that 2-ball.
No, and he did it right as well. Had the angle to punch through. But really important that Harold jumped on that opportunity. He had a bit of tough queuing to get his opener potted and position on the next. He's done really well here. And this will be the first rack with the break. And what a time to do it. On the hill. And knowing your opponent so far hasn't made a ball on their break.
Yeah, so it is the German now playing himself onto the hill first in the opening set. 3-2 up. And he'll be breaking to capture the first set.
And it will really ask questions of Carl's break now. He's, as you pointed out, played his last break with his playing cue. And Harold doing likewise. So both players just not yet getting to grips with their break. And, well, Carl's going to need to do it now because, as Harold's already demonstrated in this match, he's more than prepared to pounce on a dry break. So a big moment in our opening set here.
Well, we are playing winner break. Haven't really seen the winner break come up as much. Kind of felt like this set has been alternate break.
Thank you
Just
for
by
pointing
trading
it
the
out.
racks after the dry breaks, it feels like they have been sharing the break either way. So now again from the side. Does have to break you out this time.
And unsuccessful, Tim. Thank you for pointing that out. I was fully invested in alternate break, and I thought it was going to be Carl's turn, but it is now Carl's turn, following Harold's dry break, and that one ball has pockets available.
Yeah, might be able to go. Oh. Oh, okay. Apparently the cut was way thinner than I thought it would be. That means now he's facing a long 2-ball. I'm not even sure if the 2 goes by the 6, like if he has more space on the sides. Might be a tricky pot.
Oh, Tim, nicely played. You said tricky shot. I was thinking in the back of my mind, even trickier to bring it around for shape on the 3 into the same pocket, which he was sort of forced into. What a great shot.
Yeah, now also he's pushed the 9 over the corner, so 8, 9, 10 should be a cookie. Natural angle on the 4 to go to the center of the table. I mean, he's got plenty of space now to move the cue ball. We should be going into a hill opening set.
After the way he played that 2-ball, Tim, fully deserved to bring this scoreline back to Hill. And what a lovely climax to our opening set it would be. But as you alluded to, Tim, I wonder when and who will get to grips with this break first, because that could have a big swinging factor on this match. Carl with this 8, 9, 10 cookie to crumble. He'll be happy with that, Tim. He'll be very happy with that. And that will see him back to the table to break in this hill. Our other matches on our other tables, well, they are coming to the end, most of them to the end of their opening set. Viktor Fortunsky did not win the opening set. Christian Merver leading that 1-0. Max Benko's locked in at Hill in their opening set against Blake Bernard. And over on our other TV table 2, where Mark White, our colleague, will be bringing you the comms, Ivica Putnik is 3-2 up against Hamza Alawadi in their opening set. So it looks like there's some interesting matches already brewing out there, Tim.
Yeah, always. I mean, in this format with the races to 4, the difference between like a top tier player and just a solid good player is a little smaller. So brings us a lot more excitement to watch.
Yeah. And just looking at Carl's face there, Tim, he's focused. He knows this is a good opportunity. When he was staring down the barrel at 3-2 down, it's very easy for your head to drop in the opening set, but he looks really determined. And as I mentioned, that 2-ball really sent a message over to Harold. So, Carl to open this decider.
Yeah, you don't really have any time to let your head down at any point. I mean, in these short sets, like I mentioned, you just gotta battle every single rack and just don't look at the score. You know, just you could be down 3-0 but still be able to play yourself back in it, or you could be up 3-0 and go 3 each, and you still have to, you know, stay optimistic. Look at the half full glass, you know.
Absolutely, Tim. And haven't we seen it already in the past? This format, best of 3 sets, first to 4, really has provided some fireworks. And well, let us not ignore the fact that if it gets to a tie, 3-3 in the final, we also have a shootout on the cards, Tim. So I had to mention it now, but only while we were talking about the format.
Yeah, what are the odds of having our first match going to a shootout? Okay, anyways. Try to jinx it. Now, push out. And what is there to play? I mean, would you go aggressive? Would you say, well, you know, make it, I'm out. 1-9 combination. The 1 stays over the corner. And he's called it.
I was going to say, our production team put on the perfect camera angle there. That 1 is screaming to be comboed onto the 9, but it's a tricky shot. There's so much distance. And that 1 ball is locked in that corner.
Oh,
Nice.
he's actually played it with more pace than I thought he would have. But he's hit the 9 so full that the 1 ball really had no other way to go. Perfect combination, and that could be a set winner. Oh, why did he not hold to the right side of the 2? Tricky 2 ball.
So tricky, Tim. I may prefer to play safe off of this. Oh. That's great improvisation there. Looking to draw the cue ball up behind the 4, but also got the object ball in a difficult spot as well. I think he's got the cover. Ooh. Could only see the edge. Tim made the edge and was sort of leaving a little bit to luck with the cue ball. It's found the corner pocket, and advantage is back to Carl.
Yeah, also, I was not sure if the 5 ball did go to the bottom right by the 7. So that's another thing that has developed nicely for this young man. So now 2 rails. Needs just plenty of angle, just in general. Plenty of angle on the 4 to cross over for the 5. Let's call this extension. This is a bit of a nervy one.
Yeah, it was a nervy one, but he's taken it very well. Just brought the cue ball past this 6 to make for better cueing on the 4. And with 8 having both bottom corner pockets available, this is looking very nice for Carl. What a reply to going 3-2 down.
Yeah, he's in perfect shape on the 6. The 8 does go by the 10, so it really doesn't have to do too much. It's been a good opening set from both. Don't forget, this is a opening round match. There's always he's trying to look for anything dangerous, you know. He's just trying to find a mistake. This is crazy. Just when I was gonna say, both have been playing a solid set.
Nicely done. That was made to look a little bit easier than it was to hold the cue ball as well, but I agree. Both players have been very much in form. Very little unforced errors. In fact, Carl's missing to the corner pocket, the only one that really stands out for me, but it doesn't matter. He's taken the opening set 4-3, and it looks like he's going to call a break, Tim. And I would suggest you and I just take a short break as well. But when we do come back, Tim, I just want to have a little chat about Carl. I will remind you of that when we do. Please do not go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with the players.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Predator Pro Billiard Series stop here in Hotel Alpina, Alpendorf in Austria. This is the Billard Beckmann Men's Open, and our first match for today. It's been quite a close one between Kogan Adeberg from Estonia and Harald Stolka from Germany. The opening set going all the way till the end, 4-3. It's best out of 3 sets, of course, races to 4. As you can see in the commentary box, myself, Tim de Ruiter, and gladly joined by my colleague Gethin Davies. Gethin, we could be in for a corker in this match. This is close.
Yeah, it is. And a lot of it born from dry breaks. So, interesting to see where Carl, he's gone a little bit wider out here. But yeah, I'm looking forward to how this match develops. We pointed out at the end of the first set that both players have been really in form around the table when they've got the opportunity to. Very rarely have we seen a mistake. And for the first time, that 10 ball has been potted off the break, will get respotted. More importantly, Carl will remain at the table, and just having a
we
look.
did have a little look at the stats too. Stolka, only 1 out of the 4 breaks made a ball on the break. Now for Carl, that's 1 out of 5, so 20% and 25% is quite low. But then again, I just found out he does not even have a break cue with him. Like he only has his playing cue and a jump cue. So I'm not sure what that's all about. But he'll be breaking with his playing cue.
Thank you very much, Tim. Very much a man in the know is our Tim. And that, I kind of find it difficult to understand. Look at that cue ball.
Yeah, I did apologize there. This is nothing even remotely close to what he was trying. But yet, I mean, he made a solid hit. There's always a bit of luck involved. So to escape the 4, thus coming close. Yeah, it was a really small ball. It's not easy to get to.
Ball in hand for Harold will be useful. Now, Tim, do you think that's on purpose? That he's not brought a break stick, or?
There could be so many reasons. I mean, maybe yesterday during practice his brake tip flew off, or maybe just before he was going to catch a flight, something happened during practice, or could be a strategy. I mean, I've seen people break with the playing cue and work, but usually it's more like when you're playing 9 ball with the cut break or 8 ball with the second ball break, this kind of things. So, like I said, could be different reasons. I'm honestly not too sure what could be the case in this case. Everybody's got a different story, I guess.
Yeah. When he did open with a cut break, there is the opportunity that it could have been his strategy, but well, maybe we'll find out more as the match develops. Harold with ball in hand has got some tricky cueing now on this 3. Played it well. If he's a bit straight on that 4, Tim, he may need to just take on that longer 5. He's got a bit of an angle. That should promote the cue ball coming around the 9 for the 6. But both players have been looking very deadly when they've got to open tables, Tim.
Yeah, also, sometimes in this format we get to see a lot of messy layouts with the cut break, with the hand rack. You just get different layouts. But in this match so far, the The racks, we barely have seen any clusters. We've seen, you know, sometimes they needed to go for a little bit of a special positional shot. But that's probably the only tricky thing we really got to see so far.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier, Tim, it's going to start very much warming up outside the arena, and that may have an effect on the tables as well. So there's quite a few variables for the players to consider. And I have to say, Tim, Harold has come into this second set looking settled. He really didn't do that much wrong in the opening set. Carl really took the bull by the horns and put him in a bit of trouble in that final rack. But Harold's continuing with his strategy, and he's making light work of these balls. You started off the second set, Tim, by saying this could turn into the proverbial corker, and that will seem to be living up to the occasion. Harold, with another good run in this opening rack of the second set, gets the first on the board. If both players are going to continue like this, Tim, it's really going to be who gets the opening chance. Over on our other stream table with commentating from Mark White, it's the matchup between Ivica Putnik and Hamza Alawadi. Ivica has taken that opening set, and they're underway in the second set. We'll bring you some more live scores as they're coming in. If you want to find them for yourselves, please do visit ProBilliardSeries.com. You'll find the link on the Pro Billiard TV section. And there you'll get links to all the matches coming up and live scores as they're coming in. Now, a lot of topspin on that cue ball, Tim. Doesn't look like it's been rewarded.
Now again, stayed low, barely put anything on the break. I mean, there must be something to it. Everybody's trying to crush the break, yet he's barely hitting the break. I cannot wrap my head around this, but maybe it worked really well in practice yesterday, who knows. But for now, Gnademerg, long one ball. Oh, he's lost the cue ball quite a bit. Does he get on the two? No. One of the rare mistakes. Jump cue could come out, but would not give him any shape on the three. I kind of like to kick and slide the cue ball under the 8.
Ooh, that would be a cheeky shot, Tim. Good vision. Oh, what a cross-bank jump shot he's pulled off there, Tim. And I think he's got position on the 3 as well. What a way to get yourself out of self-inflicted trouble.
Yeah, as I said, if he had cut it into the corner, he would have never even be on the 3 ball. So by banking that, he was able to hold the cue ball better. But then to miss this 3-ball, had to play this within inside spin. A bit jumpy there too. Wasn't the prettiest of strokes.
I'm just still wondering if he was riding on the high from that jump shot he just made. Maybe he just needed to take an extra bit of time just to allow the adrenaline to settle a little bit more. He did look a bit jumpy, as you said, Tim.
Yeah, does 3-ball end up in a nice position? I would not say so. This time a long jump. But I feel like you have to take this on. Yeah, it wasn't easy to get this safe. I mean, he only had that little edge. Wasn't trying to bring the 3-ball over behind the 8, I cannot imagine, but... And again, favorable leave for Gnadeberg. Almost fully hooked behind the 8.
Yeah, it was a good jump shot. So much distance between the balls there. To make the jump shot was a great effort. Been rewarded. Not left Harold with anything to attack. And he's looked to slide that ball past the 7. Hasn't done so and has left the combination on here. Made it well, Tim. And left good position on the 3.
Yeah, maybe slightly short. Would have been nice to be closer. Good news is, it doesn't really have to do too much with the cue ball, unless he feels like the cue ball will get close to the 7. So he's drawing into the long rail.
Moving the cue ball much at all. In a few of the last shots, not needing to do too much, can float through for the 9 here. And a great response to Harold's opening rack in the second set. Just having a look at the stats, Tim. Harold so far has only made 1 foul. And I think after we watch Carl take this 10 and second rack, I think that's really what's kept him in this match, because Carl's looking formidable and he will take on the difficult shots.
Yeah, the score 1 each. Still alternating the racks.
Yeah, I just feel that the more attacking is Carl, and he's probably being rewarded more for it. Maybe some residuals from that opening rack where we saw Harold just be more containing than aggressive. But I'm just wondering if that's the difference so far, and if that will allow Carl not just to stay in, keep the score level, but maybe just to steal that march. It is good to see the techniques of youth and veteran collide. So far, it's been really very close. Try break. Left the one in the open. As we've seen in this match so far, this is the sort of position Harold likes to jump on. What are you thinking about 2 to 3?
Well, it's not impossible to get on the 3 ball to the bottom right. But then the shape to the 4 could be interesting. This is indeed a little bit of a slippery banana peel.
Yeah, if he takes this on, he's going to be running into the 6. It might prove beneficial for him if he goes offense. Leaving a very thin cut on the 3, but fraught with danger.
Yeah, the early miss. Trying to do a lot. Did have the wrong angle on the 2. It's not like things are much easier for Carl. Now, Carl could possibly play for a window between the 4 and the 5, as you can see. He's played the right side of the 5. It's easier to land on the 5 ball, or on the 3 ball, to the right side of the 5. But for shape on the 4 ball, I think it would have been easier to get for the window.
You may need to run into the 9. Hope for a little bump off of it. Oh, he's been able to hold it up. It's a nice delicate shot. I'm just wondering if the 5 passed through the gap of the 10-9. He's not looking at that. He's running into it.
No. Did put himself straight. Could draw back where he is now. Take the cut. Could also bring the cue ball all the way into the bottom short rail and out. That's what he's done.
Nice. Now, this rack looks very appetizing for the Estonian. It's got a little aroma of the opening set here, Tim, going against break. But it looks like Carl's going to keep his lead here, or rather retain it. This for 2-1. He's done that very nicely. Over on our other tables, we do have some updates for you. The Dutchman who took that early opening set, Jan van Leerop, is trailing in the second set 3-2 to Arjen Matrisi. Over on our stream table, over on table 3, Rivo Maim is trailing 2-1 in the second set and also trailing 1-0 against the Ukrainian Konstantin Ivanov. As we just look at a little roundup of the shots there, Tim, well, we haven't seen many mistakes from Harold. That one looked like he was all out of options, that shot he missed. Is that a little sign that maybe the heat is just getting a little too hot?
Yeah, you could think that. I just think that he came up a bit too short, or a bit too far actually on the 2. And the shot just got more difficult. Just don't think it really was about the pressure. Now this time, Gnadeberg with a lot more power on the break. A square hit, nothing going down. Honestly, don't think the pressure has been getting to them any.
Yeah, it is double elimination. So all the pressure on them from themselves. It just looked like, maybe because he was out of options and didn't feel that the playing it delicate was on, he just, again, a little bit reminiscent of Carl's shot after his great jump bank shot. Just a little bit, yeah, not fully committed.
Well, could play an interesting push out if he pushes the 8 and the 9 together. Just give your opponent a shot. Oh, was running out of time. That is eventually could be a bit of a problem there, Gethin, for Stolka. The shot clock, he might have a bit less experience than Gnadeberg, who has been playing with the shot clock for, well, definitely the last 5-6 years.
That's a really good spot, and right to point it out. It's something that I don't think I even get used to in the commentating box when the timer starts beeping. The pressure that can mount on players. They do have the opportunity to call one extension a rack, but when matches get a little bit tight and fraught and there's a few safeties made out there, it can start to just turn the screw on the player that's less experienced with the timer. Oh, he's come a little bit 50-yard line on this 3 as well. He did this in the opening set on the 10 ball. Took it on with great success. Needed to play that gently to hold for the 4, has done that lovely. And Tim, we have been watching rather, Carl Gnadeberg coming up the ranks. He's won not just European under-17 championships, Tim, but also World Championship. And you always felt the young Estonian, with colleagues such as Dennis Graber, he's certainly in with a shout of starting to pick up some major titles in the ranks, but I'm just wondering what the difference is for him right now. He just seems to just be putting himself out of position on a few shots, asking a little bit more of his game. It has brought a bit more of his game out, truth be told, but just doesn't look as fully in control as he really needs to be if he wants to push on and progress consistently.
Well, we'll be banking the 7 ball. Bit of an important shot this is.
Whew. He's played that really well, Tim. He can drop the 8 in for shape on the 9 if he really wants to here. What a shot he put on that.
Yeah, could be breaking the pattern. They have been really alternating the rack so far in this match. But now Gnadeberg winning 2 on the spin. That means this young man will be on the double hill. taking the 3-1 lead in the second set and only needing one more to smoothly arrive in the winner's side of the bracket.
And I have to say, Tim, fully deserved. He's played really well there. He has not necessarily been putting himself in the best of positions all the time. I was just questioning whether that sort of lack of consistency will come to bite him further down the tournament, but he certainly does. He's able to pull the shots out, as you can see from that bank on the 7, Tim, and he's got that little flair about him.
Yeah, if you look at the overall performance from both players, Geth, both above the 800 mark. I think the break really weighs on it too. If you look at the missed shots, we've seen 4 balls in, well, almost an hour and 30 minutes. So, high standard, just the break. Is he going to be able to make one? Well, he's made balls finally, but not the one he's wanting to make. Cue ball straight into the side. And now Stolka, who knows? Get the run out, make a ball on the break, bring this to another hill set.
Well, in our opening set, Tim, Harold took a 3-2 lead. Carl responded greatly to take the opening set 4-3. Harold, he's in a must situation here. And balls seem to be dropping like flies off that break, Tim. I didn't really see the replay to find out what they were doing differently.
Yeah, I don't think it was necessarily a strategy to hit the break like this. But yeah, you might be able to copy this kind of break, see if that works. First, this run out. The 8 ball is mostly blocked by the 10. Of course, if you get like a ball in hand shape, kind of straightish on the 7, should be easy to get onto the 8 ball later on. This 4 definitely passes. Oh, he's got that thick. How did he catch that thick? Sloppy mistake there from Stolka.
He just asked a bit too much of that 4, playing it that high off the rail, cheating the pocket. The 5 has come in the way. If there's any opportunity to spin it off the cushion, he would, but he can't. He's going up and down. And he decided to play that with pace, Tim, to get the cue ball back out again. And that straightened it up, and he's missed it. Ball in hand to Harold and a scratch on the head from Carl. And what can he do here? Should be natural to come back up for the 7, has options. Probably will play it into the side pocket, but
yeah, he needs a little angle to run to the bottom side of the table. Doesn't want to have the angle to go to the top. He's left himself. Did he at least get straight? No, this is where things can get tricky. Will be crossing his positional area, so has to run into the top short rail with left. Bring the cue ball straight down towards the 9 and have the perfect pace.
ooh, that looks like it's come up far enough. Nice shot from Harold there, so.
Well, this match does have another tail. Because, like I said, if Stolka can get this run out, then finally make a ball on the break this set, could be going to another close set. That's the beauty with the winner break short format. Just hang in there over and over. You could still steal a set where you felt like it was supposed to be over.
Yeah, I agree, Tim, and you never know. Maybe the table has decided it's open for balls off the break now, and if so, great opportunity for Harold to push on and get the scoreline back to 0-0 in this must-win set for him. And we have lots of first round action going on right now, but also coming up after this round of matches. We have continue with round one matches. Mustafa Alma is taking on Sanyin Pelavanovic over on this table, and over on table 2. I predict this is going to be a tough encounter. Nicholas Dor taking on Kledkachi, and well, we are blessed today. And we are blessed with this opening match. I have to say, Tim, it really does have the feel that this could go to a third and deciding set. It's going to be down to Harold, though, to take this second set by the grip of the neck, because Carl has put himself on the hill first. But I'm not going to predict anything yet. We'll see how
What
this
comes
break
down to
goes
this
for-
break, he's now going in between. First he was breaking from the middle, then he was breaking from the side. Now he's a bit out. Then again, just doesn't do much on the break. Also, every time a lot of topspin on the break. The only good news for him is the fact that the one ball has been landing safe. Maybe I've seen Corey Dual break in this format, trying to break the one ball to the top short rail and just creating a tactical advantage. Cannot imagine Stolka doing the same, but the one ball has been landing on the top side and the cue ball to the bottom.
And as you pointed out, Tim, he has been playing it suspiciously soft, and with the topspin he puts on that cue ball, it does tend to promote he's wanting the cue ball to come down this end of the table. But it would be very interesting. I'd love to have a little chat with him about that afterwards. That'd be great if that was his strategy and it was paying off for him. Carl playing the push out, Harold taking on the result. Needs the 8 to stay in the way. Not sure it has. Oh, he could see it, Tim. He took it on, knowing that that 3 wouldn't pass the 4. He's had to play that delicately to try and hold for the cut on this 2. This isn't an easy shot by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, I'm even wondering how is he even gonna get on the 3 ball? Like, cue ball is gonna get close to the 4, or it's gonna find the 9. Yeah, he was even trying to go 3 rails around it. I think it was such a tough shot. Could have considered playing a safety on the 2. Sometimes it's just not worth it to go.
Yeah, maybe he felt he just needs that 1 to get over the finish line, and one good pot with a bit of fortune could have been what he needed. it's not turned out like that, and this is a tricky cut for Harold. He's made it, and he's finished with a bit of an angle on this 3, Tim. Ooh.
Is he going straight down to the left? Is he able to cheat the pocket enough? Yes, it was not a full draw. I think he's just enough on the 4. If he had played it with full draw, I think the cue ball would have ran towards the 10 even more. So a bit of a stun draw. He's on the 4. 5 does go in the middle. We could be going hill again.
And if this is the sign of things to come in this Billard Beckmann Men's Open, well, both ourselves in the box and our viewers are going to be in for a treat. Bringing it around the angles for the 6. I have to say, Tim, from the way he's played so far in this match, finishing straight is probably what he's after. His draw shots have been superfluous so far. Really good control of the draw.
Now I can imagine the nerves will be a bit higher for him at this point. I mean, he is in prime shape. But that second where you realize, hey, if I run out here, I have a chance still. You know, that kind of thought. Now suddenly you're cueing the next shot and you feel like, ugh, where's that tension from, you know? It happens.
Yeah, I have to say, in the box here, Tim, I'm getting sympathy nerves with him. It's a great position he's put himself into here. And he'll certainly be running into this deciding rack in the second set with confidence. As you said, must win, Tim.
Yeah, so another hill set. And Harold Stolka to break the ball soon. Needs to win the next rack though to stay alive in this opening match.
Yeah, and I can't help but think, Tim, that was sort of half on Carl Naderberg's mind. The young Estonian, knowing he just needed that 1 point. He really did look purposefully to pay for that cut here on the 2 as you're looking on the replay there. And it just didn't pay off for him. And the seasoned German pouncing. Hill. Difficult to decide where this is going to go. Just take a look over at our other table. The match between Ivica Putnik and Hamza Alawadi. We will be bringing you 2 streamed tables with commentating all through these 8 days. And we'll be moving briskly on after them 8 days into the Austrian Euro Tour event. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Hill. Second set. Harold Stolka to break. Must win set for him.
Yeah, and he has made a ball on the break. But then again, same thing like he has been doing. 1 ball ending on the top short rail. And he's hooked.
Yeah, he is hooked. He can keep distance. He's just pushing the 10 up against the 7 here. I don't mind that at all. called it. Bank shot bottom left corner, Tim. Hold on to your chair. That was never in doubt.
Well, I think he also would have liked to maybe even skim it off the 7. But of course he's not going to complain about how clean he's made the 1. Now what's the plan? I think he could play for an angle on the 4. Go 2 rails into the 10 and take the cut on the 5 ball. Oh, he's put himself straight on the 4 and that had to be perfect. He was playing quite speedy. Didn't really give himself much time, and now I think he's gonna draw back and try to play a bump on the 5. What's his plan with the 7 ball? I mean, I don't mind this. I mean, I probably would have played safe on the 4, Gath. I just don't see a reason why you would want to attack still.
No. And one less ball on the table to find cover with. That 8 needs to be as big as possible. I think he's done well there, Tim.
Yeah, the only danger is the fact that he has left the jump. There is an angle on the jump to go 3 rails and open up the 7-10.
How's the pace? How's the return?
Yeah, excellent. Shot right there. Especially coming in to the 5 like that. Dangerous if it had hit the 10, for example. But now we need a good return from Gnadeberg. With ball on hand, Stolka can do many things.
I didn't know if that was a tap on the table to compliment Harold or if he'd called a pocket there. But that cue ball, has found the corner pocket, Tim. Now, what's that 7 going to do to this match? It's really going to take a hell of a shot to make this 5 and develop the 7 and expect any position on it. He's relying on his draw stroke. I can't say I blame him, Tim. Not successful, but there is a kick and stick 1 rail off this short rail, perhaps.
Have to be careful not to kick the 7 into a piece of the 10. Yeah, soft was the only way. At least he's still in it to win it, Stolka. But the real first on this, can you imagine Gnadeberg kicking this in? Always shape on the 8. No, way better shot. Beautiful control.
He's played that really well. You have to be as precise with that as containing safety shots, and he's done so well to get the distance and not leave the pot on.
Now does this cue ball find something behind the 10? Does it stop behind the 10? No. He's left it on.
It's close. He wasn't
No.
far away, Tim.
How are the nerves for Gnadeberg? Looks like he's going aggressive. Could also choose to overcut the 7 and play another safety under the 10. But he must be feeling well enough to do a lot with the cue ball. And he's missed it. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those shots you can miss at times. And hey, the leave could be way worse.
Yeah, it could be. Harold will be looking to put Carl in some real trouble here. He was unfortunately unable to get behind the 10 in the last shot. He's looking to use the 9 this time. And that's not bad, but there's enough distance to play the jump shot here, Tim.
Yeah, I gotta say, you're elevating a lot on the long distance. Not easy to keep the aiming. Surprised he's not kicking this 2 rails. It's close. What's he gonna give Harold? Oh, look at the 7 ball. He's caught another roll. I mean, unless Harold, he feels like he should cut this with top right spin.
Yeah, I think Harold's got to take this on.
I think he's supposed to take this on.
Quite.
But he's missed it. Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like it's an easy shot, but at least he had a chance.
Cool. He's missed it on the professional side and got good cue ball. That 9 ball's got cover as well. Carl back to a similar position with no shot on and a full ball cover. I think he's called to jump bank into the bottom left corner. Or he's playing rail first. Bump on the 8 seems to have done him a favour. I think Harold's got an edge of the 7 to look at, but nothing guaranteed. Oh. Tim, he's tried to play that so gently to glance an edge and bring the cue ball around the 10.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm not sure if it was the right choice to play. Those are super sensitive. You have to catch it just right. And then that soft pace, it's possibly going to cost him the match if this cue ball runs far enough. And it has. So Gnadeberg on his way to go into the winner's side of the bracket. Stolka will have to go all the way through the one lost side. So Carl Gnadeberg beats Harald Stolka in 2 straight sets, both hill-hill, so a close match. Thanks to Getten Davis, myself, Tim Druit in the booth. Thanks to everyone at home, of course, for tuning in at the Predator Pro Billiard Series stream. And we would love to see you back in approximately an hour, 15 minutes. Our next match will be coming up very soon, so stay tuned on all our socials and on the Pro Billiard TV YouTube channel. See you soon.
fans, and hope you are locked in and ready for some world-class pool.
And it's in. What a performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed some absolute thrilling matches so far.
And in it goes. He is your champion.
Celebration, so are Victor Zelensky.
Finest players in the world.
Oh, he makes it.
Nicely on the 10.
Jasmine Ocean.
Good morning everybody and welcome back to the Predator Pro Billiard series. This time we are live all the way from Hotel Alpina Alpendorf in Austria. This is the Billard Beckmann Men's Open, and our next match for today is between two top European players, as we have Mustafa Olnar on the left and here on the screen Sanjin Hlivanovic. Great matchup. It's best out of 3 sets, races to 4. We're playing 10 ball. Referee racks the balls, hand rack, call shot, no early 10 balls. And in the commentary box for this match is myself, Tim de Ruiter, and I will be joined by my colleague Mark White, who's currently still on table 2 as they were going into a deciding set. So I will be joined by Mark soon. So it is Sanjin to break the balls first, going from the center. Both of them have been playing some events lately. I've seen them around on the results, running deep in a couple events near the Balkan area, so expecting this match to be a good one from both, high quality. Did catch the break quite off, and right from the start the opportunity for Mustafa. Tricky layout though. As you could see, pushed the cue all the way to our left, which pushes the cue ball more to the right. So not a straight execution, and as I said, difficult layout with the 2 ball to go to the 3 ball. So we'll have to play this. We draw into the left long rail and out. Yeah, needs a little bit of luck, and right from the beginning doesn't get on the 3 ball. So that means Sanjin will get to the table. Does he get something on this 3? Not yet. It's a good shot for Mustafa. Bit more conservative, but this way not going to sell out as much. And then again, same shot, same outcome. Possibly similar shot from Sanjin coming. Could play for the cue ball behind the 7 this time. No, not behind the 7, but still the 6 in between. The question is not, will Mustafa make a hit on the 3 ball? It's more, does he find any cover? I think I like to play this with a lot of pace in case catch it full. You can send the 3 ball all the way down table. Yeah, good hit. Great return from Mustafa Alnar. Yeah, what a hit. What a hit from Perevanovic. I think he's got second prize too. Yeah, try to go for a massive curve. Yeah, didn't really get enough into it. That means this is now Sanjin's first real chance. Of course, he did have the break. But a first chance for him to pocket some balls, get some rhythm going. Playing for the 4-10 combination, which does not mean he wins the rack. And this one is already a little bit more angled. Cutting the 4 and also cutting the 10 ball. Definitely a shot you can miss. So a very sloppy ball in hand results in an early miss on the 10. So now, is he going to play off the 7 to the top side of the 8? I think he is. Just because the 8 being so close to the rail, not comfortable to play this to the top right. Bit more tricky on this 9. A little bit of angle should be okay into, I was gonna say into the long rail and out, but he even held the cue ball. So this 10 to settle the nerves a little bit and to get going. So the opening rack going to Mustafa Alnar. Putting Perivanovic back in the chair. Yeah, cue ball threatening to go into the top left corner. Yeah, unbelievable how it stayed on the table. Yet, at least something for Sanjin. Could play a safety, could also leave himself more cut on the 2. Yeah, I like this choice. Like I said, could have cut the 1 in, leave the cue ball just by the right middle pocket. And then the cut on the 2 ball was available, but depends also on the players. Sometimes they're not feeling the table yet, or you know, there's some early tension. So you should base your shot selection a little bit on those feelings as well. Yeah, tried the cross corner. Look at this for result. No way. He tried to play this. Yeah, close. Almost made a good hit, but you know, almost doesn't count. Now does have the 3 in the left middle. He's checking to see if the 4 does go in the middle as well. Otherwise we'll have to do more work to maybe play the 4 in the bottom right. Oh, a bit pacey. Yeah, very pacey. Almost against the short rail. It's now looking to run into the 7. So we will see some elevation. It's going to try and stun draw into the 7 ball. It's not going to play this soft. Doesn't want to push them together. And then there, another mistake. Full hook on the 5. Clearly, Sanjin not yet fully tuned in into this match. Yeah, solid defense again. That's where you can see the experience from these players come up. Of course, we all miss balls. We all miss position here and there. Doesn't mean you still have to lose as long as you play good defense. Yeah, what a shot Mustafa played there. Chose to go all in. See whatever he can get. Even now could play safety. 6 ball above the 7. Cue ball tied with the 6. Under the 10. Off the 6. He's actually looking at... For a second looked like he was lining up for a bank. Yeah, he did go for the bank. Why did he not draw the cue ball a little bit, or maybe into the 10 to leave himself the 7 in the middle? This 7 ball is not a cookie at all. Yeah, it's looking good. Starting to strike the ball nice and clean. Now on its way to double his lead in the opening set. As I said, races to 4. Could be an important start. Yeah, nicely around the 10. Perfect shape on the 9. And there he doubles the lead. 2-0 Mustafa Olnar. And he'll be breaking, so who knows, could be a lot more coming up. Well, he does come up with a dry break, and I do believe a straight in 1 ball for Sanjin. And a beautiful combination there, 2 and the 3. Should be solving the rack. Still a little bit of work to get on the 5 ball, not as much space. Yeah, and like I said, just that 5 ball, he was trying to get so nicely onto it, and he's now queuing above the 10. The only thing he can do is drop it in, leave the cue ball under the 6, or under the 10 for the long 6. Yeah, does still manage to find a way to, well, to survive in this rack. Like I said, it wasn't easy off the bat, the combination 2-3. Then he got into some trouble with the 5. And this is somewhat an important rack. One mistake could put Mustafa Alner on the hill first. So Sanjin Pelivanovic pulling one back, trailing 2-1, surviving a bit of a scare. Yeah, there's a schedule. Of course, we have a lot more matches to come throughout the day. The next 8 days, full of action. All the way from Austria, we will have a women's event, but also the mixed doubles is back. The Euro Tour is coming right after the PBS event, so that's another 4 days of action. So make sure to stay tuned on Billiard TV or on the Predator Billiard series social media platforms. Nice powerful break, big break. Everything moving, but everything actually just traveling together. So it's up to Mustafa, can play the cue ball above the 2. Push the 1 next to the 3 ball, or maybe even lower. Chose to go behind the 8 and the 4. Did come up short and might have even left a shot on the 1. So apparently just enough for Mustafa. Sunjin close to actually make the 1. As I said, my name is Tim de Ruiter, but my good friend and colleague Mark White will be joining me very soon. Just in case you were wondering why there's just me and nobody else. Now, yes, it's not a straightforward run out, but the 4 and the 6 go in the middle. I think whenever he opens up, or whenever he makes the 6, the rest of the rack will open up shortly after that. So difficult shot on his 5. Maybe his 5 ball will bring Mark White in. Yeah, great shot on the 5. And there is Mark White.
I'm here. What a great 5 that was as well, to come in on nicely on the 6 as well, Tim. Good to be here. I was just involved in a little bit of a battle over on table 2. Went almost all the way to a shootout, but not quite.
Well, it's good to have you here. This has been quite a struggle so far for Pelivanovic. And Mustafa is coming up with the goods.
I was a little bit surprised, Tim, to see the score when I joined you. Pelivanovic, of course, very, very strong player. from Bosnia. Herzegovina. And Mustafa, of course, I've heard of him. Very, very strong player. From Turkey. And he's given a bit of a roasting at the moment, isn't he, to Perlevanovic. Going to move on to the hill, Tim, already in this opening set.
Yeah, and overall just has been playing better this set too. So he's on the hill first. Mustafa Alnar only needing one more to capture the opening set.
I remember seeing Mustafa on the Euro Tour as well. And of course, Tim, this is just day one of 3 tournaments. 6 days of this, and then we have a Euro Tour, don't we? So lots of time together in the booth over the next 10 days or so. Looking forward to it. It's been a little while.
Yeah, I gave you a little break. Now, indeed, 10 days. Actually, more than 10 days, I think. A lot of action on Pro Billiard TV coming for you all. Should be some great events. Especially looking forward to the mixed doubles.
Yeah, it's always an event, isn't it, that we look forward to, as do the fans. Always a great tournament to watch and commentate on. And there's some really strong pairs as well this year, Tim, isn't there?
Yeah, as always, and the more of these events we're gonna have, the more often we're gonna see the same pairings. Players are starting to find out who's really a fitting player to their styles. So at some point, I think the pairings are only gonna get better and better. And again, opening chance for Sanjin, and already in trouble after the first ball. This 2-ball might not go by the 3.
And finished very, very close to it as well, isn't he? Even if it did go, it's still no gimme. He's having another look at it. But whenever you're that close to a ball, it's just so difficult, isn't it, to judge the angle. Safety it is. Oh, this is a nice shot if it travels. Well, it hasn't.
Yeah, still, if the 2-ball is not on to the top left, still a bit of a trap. The only move Mustafa would have if he has to play safe is to cross the 2-ball straight down. But it also gives Sanjin a chance on the 10-ball.
Yeah, early 10s no longer count in Pro Billiard Series, but it does give you the chance to carry on. So the 10 will be respotted if Sanjin does go on to make this. Is he going to play the carom here, Tim, or can he get to the cutting angle?
Yeah, I would say the carom works. Pushing the 2-ball. Oh, and these are the mistakes I've seen now a couple times already. He's so supposed to make the 10 and at least have position.
Yeah, just called it way too thin. There's another chance for Mustafa Alnar. A little bit short, Tim. Or long, whichever way you look at it.
Yeah, let the cue ball travel. Needs to get closer on the 4. I actually don't mind how he's landed. Because when he plays with top spin, he can float the 4 ball to the top left corner. So it makes the pocket a lot bigger. And the only thing he's got to make sure of is to not land behind the 6. Oh. Maybe some nerves. He also knows that's a chance to close it out.
Yeah, I think the position of the 6 ball there, Tim, was just enough to put him off slightly, you know. You mentioned going behind the 6, and I think that may have just been in the back of his mind there, and it's caused him to miss the 4 ball. Missed it thick. Must take this chance now, though, Sanjin. Otherwise he will lose the first set. It's always nice to win the first one.
Yeah,
Another
so a
magnificent-
bit of a gift, Mark.
Yeah, I was just going to say, another magnificent arena from Predator, Tim. Looking wonderful, isn't it? Guaranteed to see some excellent pool as well this week. Such a great field from all over the world converged on Pongau in Austria. Well, a 10 I could make, Tim, to bring it back to 3-2. Now I hear congratulations are in order. I've been following you on Facebook, and I saw that you've just won the league.
Yeah, actually my first year back out playing in the highest league in the Netherlands with, well, the team I played with Woensel. That's the name of it. And yeah, it was very close near the end, so it was exciting last Sunday, but glad we got the win. Yeah, starting to play a little bit, so yeah, fun.
Yeah, I remember last time we commentated together, you'd just moved house and finding a new club to play at and all that kind of stuff. I trust the move went well and you're enjoying your new home, new surroundings. Obviously settled in, winning a championship already. Well done.
Yeah, let's hope for many more to come. But for now, it's back into the booth. Belivanovic to break the balls in the 6th rack.
I just did a match, Tim, on table 2, and Putnik was breaking from the centre and making balls. There were some really, really good racks where he was making the balls into the side pocket as well, at least one of them, the other one going close. And he stuck with that break, all bar one rack, I think, in the match, and he was always making balls, or invariably making balls.
Yeah, I have to say, the match we had prior to this one the break was probably the key in the match, because both players were struggling so much with the break. They were just alternating the racks back and forth. So 2 hill sets. And that shows you how much the break really makes a difference. Yeah, another chance for Mustafa. A difficult opening shot on the 1. Not just to make the 1 ball, but more also to land on the 2 ball. Yeah, what a mistake. And I cannot believe, honestly, I have nothing against these players, of course, but I cannot believe Sanjin is already back at the table with the chance to make this hill. Because he seems to be out of sorts to me, like not in that punch yet. And Mustafa did have now 2 opportunities to make something happen.
Match I just did, Tim, was, I know both players can do a lot better than they did. First day of the tournament, never easy, just kind of finding your feet, you know, getting used to the new equipment. Sometimes players have not played in the arena under these conditions before as well. I certainly didn't recognise one of the players as being a regular on the tour. So it's never easy on day 1, is it? Beautiful shot there from Sanjin. Cued that so well, timed it to perfection. The arc you saw on the cue ball as well. Such a good player to watch, Sanjin, when he's in full flow. I'm really surprised he hasn't won more. Has had some success in Austria, of course. Got to the final of the World 8 Ball back in 2020. Was it 2023, Tim? I think it was. 2022, 23?
I think 23, yes. Losing to Shane Van Bonen.
Yeah, exactly. I know you were on comms for it. I was in the audience watching.
Well, might be one of the reasons for Sanjin to come back out and play again in this Pro Billiard Series event. Does have good memories to this place. Of course, that was in Klagenfurt. We're now in the Alpina Alpendorf, a different area, but still beautiful area actually. And that makes this opening set another hill. So that's now 3 sets on this particular table that have gone 4-3, or 3 each, excuse me. Well, we're gonna go 4-3. And if you look at the stats, Mustafa was playing a bit over 800, has now also dropped under. Sanjin now rising a little bit, but from both players, not the most beautiful stats. We definitely expect them both to get to an 800 player overall performance. And another dry break. Good news for Sanjin. No open look on the one for Mustafa.
Looked like he hit them pretty nicely, Tim.
Yeah, he's definitely crushing the break. He had one where he hit a lot of side spin, but now he's slowly hitting a more square. But if the balls they don't want to go, then you can break them absolutely perfect, and you still might have a dry break. It's not easy with the hand rack.
Playing on the new Predator Arc table. I say new, it's been out for a few months now, but getting rave reviews from everyone. I've got to say to him, I do like the way this table looks, and looks to play very, very nice as well. Good to see it back. Those of you may be wondering what just happened. There was a push out. Sanjin didn't like what he saw, so it's within his rights to give it back, which he did. So let's see what Mustafa had in mind when he pushed out. Yeah, that was always the problem, pushing that one ball over the corner, but he's had a little bit of luck there, Tim, hasn't he, with the 3 ball.
Yeah, it did come in handy. I mean, we're still expecting Sanjin to make a hit, but as you can see, he might be sending the 1 into the 4. Cue ball kind of does the same, so it's a bit of a gamble to see what really is going to happen.
Well, didn't expect him to play it with that amount of pace.
Yeah, and yet again, this is not easy at all. He's got the angle going up table, but the 2 ball is near the bottom. The 3 and the 10 and now being a cluster.
Might be able to use the 6 ball here, Tim. Run off the 6 with a bit of right hand spin, maybe.
Yeah, that's what he's tried to play.
I'm a bit surprised he played it so soft, to be honest. I thought he might have come and tried to come across the face of the 2. Look like he was trying to hold it on the other side. A bit harder, and he would have been nicely on this 2 ball. Just the safety, though.
Yeah, I would have liked to bring the cue ball closer to the 9. He's played a good 2 ball. Yeah, nervy rack this will become with these safeties, but also, like I said, the 3 ball really isn't that available.
Playing the jump kick, is he? I think he is.
Yeah, might be opening the 3 and the 10 up. No.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, has it just come out enough to make it?
Oh,
Can play
might
combo.
Oh, what a mistake. He's hit it so full in the face of the 4. The 2 ball just followed, and now he will be the one to open up the 3 and the 10. He needs to bring the cue ball back out. Cannot imagine him kicking at this. I would probably try to get this thin. Bring the cue ball 2 rails in between the 6 and the 9 and up to the 8. You gotta watch the double kiss. The spin is scary. If you hit the 10 first, you lose. Oh, wow. What a shot. And honestly, he gets a horrible position on the 5 ball after for what he just produced. Beautiful cross corner bank.
What a shot that was. 2 in a row. Awkward cueing, Tim. Not a nice angle on that 5 ball. And smashes it in.
Yeah,
Needs
now
another
again.
bank shot.
Well, I might be able to still cut this. Not sure how much the 7 is in between. Yeah, so his third opportunity to close out the set. He's in prime shape. So this for set number 1. Mustafa Alnar.
One thing I've noticed when I've been watching Sanjin, he seems to get down on himself pretty easy, Tim. Doesn't really strike me as, you know, enjoying it. I mean, of course, you never enjoy it if you're not winning. Sanjin, too good of a player not to win more tournaments. I'm sure he will.
Oh, that did wipe its feet. But the opening set going to Mustafa Alnar against Sanjin Pilivanovic. And I have a feeling the players might be going for a break. Well, we've lost a player. Yeah, the players are going for a break, so that means Mark White and myself, Tim de Ruiter, we're gonna take a little break too. But I promise we will be back very soon with the second set. And welcome back everybody to the Billard Beckmann Men's Open, the next Predator Pro Billiard Series tour stop. And as you can see, we have a great match on this table between Mustafa Alnar and Sanjin Pelivanovic. Mustafa winning the opening set 4-3, had a decent lead, turned into a scare, and has now broken the balls to start off his campaign again in the second set. Mark White and myself, Tim de Ruiter, in the booth. Mark, what do you think about this second set?
Well, something I just noticed there, that cue ball got kicked about 3 times there for a second. Sam, a perfect shot on the one ball. The one ball got kicked, the cue ball got kicked at least twice, maybe 3 times. And what looked like was going to be a good opportunity turned into a bit of a nightmare for Sanjin. But yeah, looking very comfortable in that opening set, Tim, and he's going to have to do a lot better this time. Overall performance pretty low. He's going to have to step it up a gear. We know he can. He's kind of one of them players that I put in the category of just bleat. You know, he's not obviously been on the scene. He's been on the scene for quite a few years now. He's a class player, but he's just not that little step up just yet, I don't think. Not quite the finished article. Now, did he call that 9 ball? No, which is surprising.
Yeah, very surprising. I mean, if you look at it from this angle, how would he not have called a 9 indeed? Okay, the leave, it's not like he's left Mustafa straight in. Oh, this is sloppy too. Look at this.
Take that a little bit for granted, to be honest. That shot deserved a lot more attention to detail. I'm wondering, on the sight right tour, as he had a few sight right lessons, the way he was getting himself ready for the shot there certainly looked like it. Standing behind the ball. Not much of a walk into the shot, just one step. Really does have one of my favourite strokes in the game. I think he reminds me a little bit of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, to be honest. He's got that nice fluency about him. He's not too slow, not too quick. He's got a nice rhythm about him. And he's got that nice cue action as well. Just that slight pause at the back, Tim.
Well, he's still some work to do with the 6 ball though, Mark. Don't think the 6 goes to the top right, and also if you look at the 7 ball, the position won't be too easy if he plays a 6 to the top right. So that means I have to get to the short side of the 6, which means, oh yeah, and he's left himself too difficult of a 4.
Just not looking comfortable, is he, at all at the moment? You always feel he's got a miss in him at the moment. Where he can go round 3 rails here and go on the 16. He's looking at everything apart from what I said, so maybe that shot's not on. Now looking at drawing into this. This can go wrong, Tim.
Well, he's played it perfect, but definitely a risk.
Well, it's the shot of a confident man for me, that is. And now can swing this round 3 rails. Oh, that surprises me. But look at this.
Yeah, there was multiple ways to play it. I was not a big fan of the way he's played it this time. But so far so good. He's on the cut. Can go back and forth. Anything near the center of the table is okay.
Body language doesn't look great, does it, from Sanjin? He's comfortable in that chair. It doesn't look as if he's going to get out of it either. At least at the earliest after the break of Mustafa.
Yeah, indeed. Worrying signals for Pelivanovic from what we've seen in the chair.
Well, you'll be pleased to know, Tim, I've had plenty to research Austria and Pongau and the surrounding areas. I've come up with some facts which I'm going to be treating you to over the next 5 days. I'll let you off today. I'm going to save them till tomorrow. I know how much of all the fun facts, especially you, Tim.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan. Now, even Mustafa couldn't understand why this break was dry. And again, Sanjin, yes, he does get the safety, but if he sticks the cue ball with the 9, it's a really good save. And now Mustafa can just catch the right side, bring the cue ball to the bottom. Yeah, okay, he's missed the 1 ball, but look at what he's gonna leave Sanjin.
Certainly got very close to making that 1 ball. It is on, I think, but needs to come up with something special here, Tim. Played it nicely. Lovely drag shot there, played on the 1. Tree ball beautifully.
Yeah, it does have the wrong angle on the 3 ball to move into the 6 or to leave the 4 in the middle, I think. Okay, the 4 did go in the middle. just needed a bit more punch on the cue ball.
Sanjin's very good friend Claudio Cacci is in action at the moment over on table 2. If you want to check that one out, guys. Claudio 3-0 down though to German Nicholas Durr at the moment. We are streaming 3 tables, guys, over the next 6 days for you. Tables 1 and 2 with commentary. Table 3 just for your viewing pleasure if you fancy watching a bit of pool without commentary. Can't see why they'd want to treat him, can you?
No, not really. Now, Sanjin, did he put the 8 closer to the 10? And more importantly, he didn't get on the 7. He's just losing the cue ball all over the place, Mark.
Yeah, if you just watch his ball, he just caught the 6 a little bit thin, which altered the angle of the cue ball and the speed. So he hasn't been able to close it out. We see the jump cue. Certainly can have a look at it.
Well, he was supposed to lose the rack. Sanjin was supposed to run out, so you might as well take your chances.
Needs a bit of
There's
luck.
a 7.
Oh, look at this. Ow. Well, that's what Sanjin thinks about it. Doesn't even want to get out of his seat to play the shot. Never rains, but it pours.
Now we might see Mustafa go for a bank. I think it's not laying too great. He's even aiming. Oh, he's called a 7 by the 9. Yeah, I think he's played a bit of a two-way. Needs the cue ball to go, and it does not go enough.
That's better from Sanjin. I think it does go.
Yeah, and then again, look at, like he's had half of the table to land and have a shot on the 9. It's still cuttable, but this way he's never gonna feel like he's never gonna really catch the feeling for the table. I feel like.
Well, I got the feeling there, Tim, just never had any confidence when he played that. He wasn't even sure it went, I don't think, and he played it kind of timidly. He's gone for the bank here. He's missed it, and he's left it. Or has he?
Yeah, from the angle we got earlier, it looked like it did go, but from the top, it looked way worse. Yeah, what a shot he's played there.
Another steal, Tim. We've seen a few. And this will just rub more salt into the wound. When he missed that 7, got very, very lucky. Sanjay made a great safety on the 7. And then had the chance. Played an awful shot from the 8 to the 9. There's that shot where he got lucky on the 7. And a very good shot, wasn't it, on the 9, because it was missable. Could have easily just clipped the 10 ball first and made himself look silly.
Yeah, look at those break stats. No success at all for both. None of the breaks, which is fascinating.
You don't often see that, Tim, do you? I mean, I know we see a lot of dry breaks in 10 ball with the hand rack, but we normally do see a ball, the arms go out again. You can't believe, once again, that he hasn't made a ball there.
Yeah, you would say even if you would just put the balls on there by hand, at some point you're gonna make a ball on the break. Like, give yourself 10 tries. It doesn't matter if it's hand rack, magic rack, whatever you're gonna use. I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen almost 10 breaks and no balls going in.
I don't remember the break stats from my first match that I did over on table 2, but there was certainly plenty of times that balls were made on the break. I mean, when he's at the table, he looks great, you know, he's cueing well, he's got good rhythm, but then just puts a strange one in every now and then.
Well, this is another one. He's supposed to run out. Should put himself close to the 7. Little angle. Play the 8, pop off the rail for the 9 in the middle. It just at times looks like the cue ball just runs way too far or too short. Like he just loses the speed.
Holds it together this time to get a rack on the board in this second set. Trailing by 2 sets, 2 racks to 1. David Al-Qaedi has gone through in straight sets over Emil Andre Gangflirt. Now Emil has been playing some good stuff recently, Tim. But going down 2-0 to Al-Qaidi. Al-Qaidi saying what he says, the best pool of his life at the moment. Feels that he's just got better. The older he's got, he's older. Very clean living. Loves to practice. Comes from a great stable of players as well with Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. We still third this team. Now he just had a great run, didn't he? Just had a great match as well against Filler. They opened the seeing, pushed him quite far.
Yeah, if you look at the balls pocketed, Sanjin having the better of those stats, even though it is Mustafa with the lead. Yeah, nice break again. Just look at how many balls are flying up table. Just, I mean, it can be rough out there, you know. One dry break after another. You would say if 5 or 6 balls are flying up table, you would say one is at least gonna get close. The only good news for Sanjin is the fact that the 2 and the 6, 2-6-8 is a bit of a thing. So Mustafa is going to softly make this one, probably cut the 2 into the 6 ball. Or he might even be banking the 2 ball away under the 3-9-4 area. Yeah, decent contact for Perivanovic. Cue ball just finding a way out between the 3 and the 9. Now a long shot on the 2, and we'll have to draw back at least to the center of the table. Well, probably would have liked to draw a little less. Can he still draw back and have a cut on the 4? Or does he go behind the 9? Oh, that's why he's gone full stroke. And he just keeps coming up with the shots. So shot making incredible, but the shape again, he's ran the cue ball 2 diamonds too far-ish. Yeah, could have went for an aggressive 5-7 combination. At some point, he realized it didn't make any sense. Yeah, did catch it very full. Also lucky to not scratch the cue ball in the corner. And now things getting more difficult with the 6-8-10. So now that means if the 8 doesn't go to the top right by the 10. Ooh, this is already too far, as in he won't be able to reach this, let alone cut this in. It's just every time a bit too far, a bit too short. Yeah, great safety from Pelivanovic. Gave him the opportunity to play a solid run out. Slowly starting to be a little better, Mark, but we're tied at 2, still can go anywhere.
Yeah, 2-2, that will make him feel a whole lot better. And he'll have the break back, but as we've been talking about, Tim, the break has, at the moment, escaped both of them. Let's see if Sanjin, well look, he's changed the break, he's going from the centre. Now I did see some success earlier on from Putnik, breaking from the centre on table 2. Let's see if it works for Sanjin on table 1. Here we go. Hooray.
Yeah, and if you ask me, what did he do differently this break than other breaks? I would say he actually hit this one worse than the other ones. But yeah, that's with how random everything can be on the break. Yeah, good shot on the one. This 2-ball, definitely key shot if he can draw back to be near straight. Yeah, near the center of the table. And it's only about the 6 to the 7 afterwards.
Oh dear. Bit of body movement. The straight in shot Tim didn't make it in the way he intended to. Ended up catching the ball. And it's covered the 4-ball.
And it's just, it has been these little shots, you know, the 2 to the 4-ball key shot and then just not getting there. I think it sums up for how Sanjin has been playing. And now he leaves Mustafa with great chance if he can thin the 4. Cue ball under the 7 and the 10. Could be a rack winner. Oh, he even had the thick option, and this is a bit of a mistake. This is a leave he should not have left for Sanjin.
Well, body language tells you everything once again. Sanjin has left the edge of this 4-ball, looked for everything that it was going to be a hook behind the 9, but the 4 has pulled up and left this thin cut. It is on. Can he miss the 6? Oh, he didn't miss the 6, but he also missed the 4.
Yeah, and then again, with where the cue ball lands, really not too horrible. A lot of movement there. Second he struck the cue ball, he already dug his head down.
Flick off the 9. Ooh. Another half a chance, Tim.
Yeah, again, not a poor shot from Sanjin, but the way he kissed the 9 left his 4-ball on. It wasn't easy though with the spin. Now does he give Sanjin something? No.
It's one of them shots Sanjin will have been sat in his chair thinking, if he goes for this and doesn't get it, I'm going to be on something here. And then that happens. Sometimes feel that the world is against you. This time he does have the hook. result to bring you. Daniel Guttenberger has beaten Martin Drobny in straight sets 2-0. Wow, great jump.
Yeah, brought the cue ball down nicely.
Played it well, didn't he, Tim? Even though he hasn't got anything from it. It was a good effort, that was.
Yeah, again, a lot of movement on the 4. But cue ball finishing just enough to, I think, he can draw away from the 6 into the long rail and out. And this is going to put Sanjin on the hill for the second set. One that he needs desperately.
Nice little angle. This 9 just to draw out. Turn into the same pocket. One rack closer, Tim, to levelling. Up in sets. This will put him on the hill.
And maybe Sanjin might have found something on the break. He did make a ball last one. Maybe changed something to where he could make a difference in this match.
Well, wasn't he going from the side before and then he went from the centre that time, didn't he? Or near on centre.
Well, he has been moving the cue ball around on the break, I feel like, all match, but I mean, every time you pick a different spot and if it works, you're not going to change. As you could see, under 20% on the break success is, well, it's a very low statistic for the break. I mean, you've got most of the time 6-7 balls running all around the table. So how could you land on such a low percentage? I mean, it remains a mystery. Well, yeah, it remains a mystery. Yeah, just like this.
Square them.
Square in the face, a good cue ball. The 2 balls going towards the middle and both not going in. Then the 8 going up to the corner. Doesn't go. And the worst thing is he leaves his opponent the 1 ball with the 2 ball next to it. So we could be going hill again. depending on what this young man does at the table. I played a good shot there to get to the proper side of the 2.
And as often is the case, when you're breaking with the cue ball from where Sanjin did break from, you know you're opening the balls up, and if you don't make a ball, it gives your opponent, well, 7 or 8 times out of 10, the first opportunity. Perfect again. Cue ball with an angle going to the right, so these 8 and 9 don't come into play at all. Made sure of that.
Yeah, a little bit in between angle. Did he? Yeah, he does have a nice angle on the 7 ball to go 2 rails. Key shot coming up. If he lands nicely on the 8, we could be going 3 each.
Pretty nice, Tim.
Yeah, I should be able to close it out. Of course, there's nerves too, so it's not guaranteed to close out. That was the pace.
Well, he's just okay. Was worried for a second, wasn't he? Looked like it was going to run on and on and on.
And another hill set. This is the second match for today on this table, and this is the 4th consecutive hill set we've seen. Yeah, actually a really nice run out, nice and clean.
Yeah, shot he played to leave himself the nice angle on the 2. It was a lot better shot than he actually looked. Very important in this run out. Set him on his way. Very impressed him with Mustafa Al-Nat.
Yeah, I have to say Mustafa has been around for some time. I mean, since when he's young, like when he was a junior player, he's been around. He's been playing all the Euro Tours, all the big events. He's played the US Opens, the World Championship, so well, maybe something moved in the rack. He was just about to break.
I think he's saying
Anyways.
The rack isn't square, I think he said. Or whether something moved, did it?
Yeah, I think sometimes the 1 ball could come off because it stays, and then the second you go away. It might go into maybe a little dent in the slate. Anyways, I was gonna say Mustafa, definitely a player that has had great success on the European Championship, also the European Open. He's done really well. So, yeah, he's putting the time in. Definitely the shooter style of player. Sometimes I feel like his positional play might be one of the reasons why things are not working. And look at this. From making no balls on the break for the past an hour 50 minutes. He does make 2. And
Bit like
will
buses,
be
Tim.
tempted to play this
Like
in the
a bus,
middle.
isn't it? You wait an hour for a bus and then 2 come along together.
Yeah, that's probably how they both feel like at this point. Yeah, if he can put himself straight onto the 4 to draw back for the 5 in the bottom right corner, we might not see Sanjin back at the table.
Not quite straight enough, Tim, is he?
I don't think so. Could also play. Oh, he tried to really cheat the pocket. I think he's just okay. He's played a good shot there. Low right spin, can hold the cue ball. One more good shot then.
Yeah, if he can just drag this in and out of the corner and hold it for the 6 in the side, he should be okay. He should be out, shouldn't he, Tim? Needs it to slow up. Needs it to slow up. Oh, it's no good.
Yeah, even if he actually played, if he had played for the 6 in the bottom left, would have also given him an angle on the 8. So either way, could have closed it out. But he's played a good shot on Sanjin. This will not be easy to make a hit. And I feel like Sanjin might have to go 2 rails, the top short rail and the right long rail. Try to catch the right side and separate the balls, but he's in a bit of trouble, Mark.
Yeah, back against the wall. Oh, has he called the side? Is he going to try a cross bank on this into the side, Tim? I didn't see him call anything, did you? Oof, does well to keep the cue ball on the table.
Yeah, but another chance. Not easy. I mean, you have to land on such a perfect part of the 6. Yeah, look at this natural angle to run down for the A2. So now 3 balls away from a solid win. I mean, you still got to be happy, even though it might not be the prettiest match. Still got to be happy to beat a player like Sanjin.
Yeah, it's not always about playing your best pool to win. Sometimes your B game needs to be good enough to win. And Mustafa's B game today has been better than Sanjin's B game.
Yeah, and that's it. Sanjin has had enough, so it is Mustafa Alnar beating Sanjin Perivanovic 2-0 in straight sets. Pretty nervy match. Now, I would like to thank everybody for tuning in at Billiard TV, just like my good friend and colleague Mark White. And our next match will be at 3:30 local Austrian time, so hopefully we can get to welcome you back at Billiard TV.
This looks okay.
Yeah, but as soon as you move the rack,
Okay,
it's not
now
going.
now it's number one.
Yes.
Now it's 7. Now it should be okay.
That looks like it.
And nothing moves. And the brake is shit. And I did
5 times. That's right way. Pretty big one.
yeah. But when they brake from this side, it doesn't have much influence.
As I said, do just, that much as you can do.
Yeah, but it's annoying. No. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I wrecked the same for both. And I was consistent throughout the match. And this also look okay. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and 9 finally.
It's like a rack, an egg rack.
Is one from the start. It's like when you move this, they slowly start to.
Yeah, because
I don't know what the fuck is wrong. What happened? Make them break fast. No. Listen, player, I gave him the cue ball. He
No.
put down and the ball moved.
yeah, but he went down, you know, like this. So you know that's why it moved.
Yes, but the table shouldn't be so sensitive.
It should. We don't live in.
And who knows how many micro moves there are that we cannot see with the one. Now you have problems.
Six, eight. 6, 8 is there. 1, 5 is big gap.
3, 4, and
Total gap.
4, 10. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
In the center.
Yeah, the longer the rack stays, the more gaps are.
6, 8
occurring.
still there. This one is decent. This one is decent.
So how many 10 balls were shooting? No.
None?
No, none. Then don't worry.
I had one in the beginning, but
only
then
one
there is a
time.
problem. Was the problem here? I fixed
Only
it.
one time the 10 ball came to the pocket, but it didn't fall.
It did. It came, but it was kicked in, I mean, by the ball.
I didn't saw.
No, it
I
was
saw.
kicked by the ball.
So then don't mess with it. The gaps happen. Yeah, but it was
it
terrible
isn't.
throughout the and it's annoying.
This one can. It is you know, spend like 15 minutes, but you can fix it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Flying it out, just hit all the racks. In any case, enjoy yourself, my friend.
No. The cable is not coming down.
Ah.
It's coming down.
Yeah, the information is out.
The cable is not
But players were a little bit complaining. One guy played a shot like this, Karl Stoke, and he said the ball rolled.
Do I have 2 minutes? I can check.
Yes, it's no match here.